morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you could take your seats, please. We'll be making a quick start in a minute then. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final regional workshop for TA9608 on strengthening knowledge and actions for air quality improvement. So my name is Ben Grebo. I'll be your host for today. I'm a director at a company called Air Quality Consultants and the overall team leader for this TA. We have an action-packed few days, and it's obviously very nice to see you all here in person, and also for those of you joining us online. So without further ado, I'd like to start first of all by welcoming Xingfeng Zhang, the Chief Rural Development and Food Security Thematic Group, and concurrently OIC of Chief of Environment Thematic Group from ADB, to provide a welcome message.
So good morning. So finally, we have the opportunity to be in person. A lot of number of the very familiar faces, but virtually. So today, when we meet there physically, I can see some differences. So thank you so much for the team to organize this very important workshop. This is a final workshop for the regional technical assistance on the strengthening knowledge and actions for the air quality improvement. This TA already been implemented for 3 years. I'm very happy to see some good progress already made it. I know that through the very careful consultation and also the hard teamwork, I see the draft of the clear air action plan, we call it the CAAP, have been prepared for a number of the cities. So today we are gathered here to discuss the number of very important areas, including our key findings, and of course is the next steps. I think it's 3 key things very critical. Number 1 is we need to share and discuss the experiences and the lessons from the preparing the action plan, particularly the implementation of this TA. I know that we already learned so much, particularly in terms of the challenges and also the opportunities in terms of improve the air quality in cities across Asia. Second, since we already have the action plan, we need to discuss the possible actions, the options, and also very importantly, modalities from the ADB and other FI's perspective to finance those key activities in this clean air action plan. Number 3, since we already launched the Asia Clean Blue Sky program, so today is also opportunity for all of us to discuss how we can take advantage of this program, and also to discuss about how this program can provide immediate activities, particularly in terms of the capacity building for the clean air action plan, which is you guys already prepared. One thing I need to remind all of us in this room, air pollution and climate change are closely interlinked. Air pollutants include more than just the greenhouse gas pollutants, principally carbon dioxide, but also the methane, nitrous oxide, and other pollutants as well. So the air pollutants and also greenhouse gas pollutants has a big overlap. So when we address air pollution, we also address critical and easy to implement solutions to climate change. So this is a very critical since we just concluded this COP27 yesterday. You can see in this agreement in the COP27 in Egypt, a number of the areas also discuss about how we can maximize the co-benefits between the air pollution control and also the GHG emissions. So we encourage all participants actively participate this important workshop and also share your views and also concerns. Again, ADB is very committed to helping our DMCs, working with our partners, address air pollution challenges being faced now in the number of the key cities across Asia. Again, we already launched the Clear Blue Sky program, and also we use this opportunity to scale up investment, reducing air pollution, and also particularly maximize the co-benefit of GHG emissions. Later on, I think my colleague Karma will talk more about this new program today. I encourage you, our city partners, and also the ADB team, our knowledge companies today to work together. I translated this action into the bankable projects. Again, I want to hope you will also explore the ways to maximize the co-benefits on the climate change when you discuss about your clean air action plan today. In closing, I would like to wish one of you have a good week. Today is Monday, so we have a few more days away. Wish you all the best and also hope you find this workshop very useful. And at the end of the workshop, I hope you can have a very clear roadmap for how to finance the clear air action plan. So thank you so much. Let me just pause here. Back to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Xingfeng. So now, before we start to get into really the technical detail and some of the meat of today, I'd like to just provide a bit of an introduction to today's workshop and for tomorrow. I don't think I need to say too much about the activities and objectives because all of you have been quite heavily involved in this. But then I'll just introduce the agenda before we pass over to colleagues to go through some of the detail. So. Okay, so in terms of today's workshop, so we have 2 days, as I'm sure you're aware, and the objectives and aims really split down across those 2 days. So really the first 2 bullets there are what we would like to try and focus on for today. So really to bring together the representatives from the different cities and DMCs to present and discuss the clean air action plans and roadmaps, to share experiences on their development, their implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and how we can leverage partnerships to scale up impacts. Then tomorrow is much more focused on the bottom half there and the last 2. So discussing approaches to financing of air quality actions. So actually, how do we take these forward in practice? And alignment with national level strategies, policy frameworks, and so on. And then finally, to discuss opportunities for ongoing support under the Asia Clean Blue Sky program, which you'll hear more about shortly. And other next steps to realize the actions that have been identified so far in the Clean Air Action Plans, as well as the roadmaps. So I think you all have a copy of the agenda. It's very busy, I can see on that slide. But for today, to start off this morning, we have a series of presentations. First from Karma from ADB, the project officer for this TA, to talk more about ADB's air quality initiatives. And then from my colleagues in the team to discuss about the process for developing clean air action plans, as well as the I guess the strong emphasis on partnerships, stakeholder engagement, and awareness raising. After a coffee break, we will then be moving into really, I guess, the detail and the focus of today, which is the clean air action plans and roadmaps themselves. So we have before lunch, we'll be hearing from La Trinidad, Faridpur and Erdenet. And then after lunch, we'll be discussing the cities in Vietnam and in Pakistan. And then really to close out the afternoon, we have a short breakout session, really to start to discuss a bit about mainstreaming opportunities for fast tracking clean air actions in the cities. And there's a series of groups that we've set out there that we'll talk through a bit more later on. So that's today, lots to cover. And then next slide, please. Going into day two. Tomorrow, as I said, is much more about how do we take some of these actions forward. So what are the financing opportunities? What are the partnerships? What are the potential ways in which some of these actions could be implemented? And through that, we have two panel discussions after an introduction from our finance experts who've been working on some of the investment plans, but two panel discussions looking at potential financing and technical support, and then opportunities for integrating air quality projects in the ADB project portfolio. And then finally, an important discussion at a city and country level, really with resident missions, project officers, to try and understand actually how some of this could be taken forward. And then really to wrap up, looking at the way forward and closing remarks. Next slide, please. So I think you all know the TA objectives and activities. I know we've talked about them in a number of the individual meetings at city level. We should recognise the funding for the TA, first of all, from ADB, the PRC Fund and UCCRTF. But really the focus of the TA has been about addressing some of the gaps in capacity to deliver air quality improvements in cities across Asia. And by doing this to help develop clean air action plans which have realistic and effective actions identified for them, but also supporting investment plans, so to make the business case for investment in these actions. And of course, there's a number of additional objectives or co-benefits of such a process. So sharing of air quality management, knowledge and experience, both within cities and countries, but also between all of you involved. The mainstreaming of clean air action planning into other planning and policy areas. So it's to be considered part of the city's development plan, and that's part of this afternoon's discussion as well. And then really maximising the co-benefits of actions taken to improve air quality. So in particular, linkages with climate actions, but also actions in other areas, sectors, and so on. Slide, thank you. So as you know, there's three main outputs that have been focused on throughout this TA. Output one is very much the city level air quality studies, so the diagnostic report, trying to understand what our baseline is, what the current situation is, what the current capacity is, what the health and vulnerability impacts are of air pollution, really to set the baseline for considering actions going forward. Output two has been very much focused on the technology and policy measures to address air pollution. And then the information from both of those feeds into output three, which is to actually develop the clean air action plans themselves. The focus has obviously been on the 7 cities in 5 ADB member countries, and those are listed there. I think as many of you know, due to some of the COVID challenges and delays, it's been challenging. I showed the picture on one of the earlier slides of the kickoff meeting we had back in October 2019. So the work program has obviously been somewhat extended. I think that has had some real challenges, but we're also very pleased we've been able to get to where we are today. For Pakistan, for the Pakistan cities, the challenges have meant a slight change in approach and outputs, and that's meant the development of roadmaps towards clean air action plan development rather than the clean air action plans themselves. And we'll hear a bit more about that later on today. So whilst this is the final workshop, this doesn't mean that all the work is completed, and far from it. There is still sort of a lot of work ongoing as we speak, and I think you can see there from the slides, sorry, next slide, or down, thank you. We can see there from the progress at the bottom that whilst we have draft clean air action plans for many of the cities, those are still under finalisation or under development, particularly in the cities in Vietnam, where we're still working on agreeing the key actions and outputs. The roadmaps for Peshawar and Sialkot have been developed in draft initially, and that's something we'd like to discuss with stakeholders here today and over the coming days and weeks. And next slide. Now, Glinda will talk a lot more about stakeholder engagement and partnerships in a later presentation, but I think really just to flag the level of engagement and activities that have been ongoing throughout this process, starting with the city inception meetings right early on in the process, but there have then been a series of events, workshops, meetings, discussions to support the development of the Clean Air Action Plan, to look at communication and awareness raising campaigns, and also then more recently looking at city technology trainings. And we'll go through those in a bit more detail later this morning. So that's all from me at this stage. Obviously happy to sort of take any questions on the overall approach, or we can discuss as the day progresses. But I think it probably makes sense if we move on to the next few presentations, and then maybe we could take some questions on the overall process as a whole at the end of that session. So I would like to now hand over to Kami Yangsom, the Principal Environmental Specialist in the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at ADB, and the Project Officer for this TA, to talk a bit more about ADB's Air Quality Initiative.
Ben. Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Manila, to ADB, and to this workshop. And it's great to see everybody in person. I'm sure we're all a bit tired of staring at the screen and just seeing somebody virtually behind the screen. So while they are uploading my presentation, so my presentation is sort of taking a step back and looking at ADB's role as a whole. So we heard from Ben about what we did under the TA over the course of the past 3 years. And I will be presenting on ADB's role in air quality management in the region, and what we are currently doing and what our strategy is, and how we will move forward. So in the meantime, if anybody has any concerns or questions about the agenda which Ben had presented, please feel free to let us know. Sorry. Think maybe you can think and digest what we heard from Ben in the meantime. Yes, thank you. So as mentioned, I'm talking a bit sort of bigger picture on ADB's role on air quality management in the region. So this slide shows what we have been doing over the past decades, 2 decades actually. And you can see at the very beginning that we, together with the World Bank and USAID, helped establish the Clean Air Asia under a TA. So we are very proud now that we actually have Clean Air Asia here with us as one of the consulting firms, together with our lead consulting firm Ricardo, who is helping to implement the various activities under this TA. And as most of you may know, Clean Air Asia is now a very well established and independent air quality NGO. So we are very proud of this achievement. And then over the years, we have had a couple of technical assistance projects, which was looking at mainstreaming air quality in urban development. You see the below. And then there's the other one on another regional TA that is promoting low carbon development in the Central Asian countries region, the CAREC cities. So it is a bit scattered and it's not very consistent. However, I would like to point out that actually ADB has a lot of investment projects. We have been financing a lot of investment projects which contribute to air pollution as a co-benefit. This is something which Ching Feng had mentioned earlier. For example, we have financed the BRT project in Peshawar in Pakistan. And this also one of the biggest benefits of the BRT project is improvement in air quality. Then we've had a lot of clean energy projects where we are trying to clean up the mode of heating or cooling in homes, and also the mode of energy generation, switching from coal fire to another cleaner energy. So there are a lot of other, transport, energy, urban initiatives which are not necessarily accounted for as an air quality project. So this is one of the things where we are working on trying to improve. So we would like to better account for all the projects which contribute directly and indirectly to air pollution reduction. And then we have had a very successful, a huge program in China. You can see the $2.1 billion investments over a series of about 5 loans in the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region. And this is something which is still ongoing at the moment. And we have had good success, and we are collaborating with a lot of partners, and of course, supporting the government of China. And we've also had a good success with a policy-based loan in Mongolia. So we have our delegates from Mongolia here, and we are quite proud of this, the two policy-based loans that we've had provided to Mongolia, where we looked into improving the air quality in Ulaanbaatar. So these were the main investment projects whose main goal was to improve air quality. So these ones are kind of accounted for as air pollution reduction projects, but there are many more, as I mentioned earlier. So now we are here in the blue. If you look at the blue at the bottom and blue at the top, this is where we are today. And you see the regional TA on strengthening knowledge and actions. This is the TA under which we're having this workshop, where we implemented all those activities mentioned by Ben. And we will be closing the TA next year. So we have roughly a little under 1 year left under the TA. And the TA, basically, we have the 7 cities component where we are preparing the clean air action plans and the clean air action plan roadmaps. And then now we are kind of trying to transition from that one to the new program called the Asia Clean Blue Skies program. And I will talk more about this in the next slide, please. Yes, so the Clean Blue Skies program is more of the forward-looking strategy of ADB, where we are looking to play a more active role. And this is actually a long-term program that we plan to implement from now all the way until 2030, coinciding with ADB Strategy 2030. But it will be broken into sort of smaller phases. And what we want to do is we really want to play a more active role and be a leader in air quality management in the region. And so over the course of implementing this TA and carrying out all the studies, we had the opportunity to understand what are the key challenges for addressing air pollution within the region. And what we want to do under this Clean Blue Sky program is to address the challenges that we have identified. And of course, the main is the financing. Is critical. So we would really like to look to scale up investments in air pollution reduction in the region. Capacity building is key. And there is a lot of capacity building needs that we have found in the cities and in the countries. But we want to do it in a way which is responsive to the needs of our cities, our member countries, we want to really hear from you. What is your priority? What is the key need? And then respond accordingly to that. Partnerships will be a very important part of the program. Air quality is a very big and challenging problem. ADB cannot address it alone. So we have to collaborate with our other partners. And it could be in the form of, technical collaboration for technical inputs. It could also be in terms of co-financing investment project with other multilateral banks. And then the last point is what I had mentioned earlier, where we would like to do a better job of keeping track of, all the investments and the support that we provide for air quality management. And so the framework of the Clean Blue Skies program is organized around the three outputs you see there on the left, I guess your right side of the screen. And of course, the ultimate impact that we would like to have is improved air quality in Asia. And I'll talk more about that in the next slide. So this is the overall framework of the Clean Blue Skies program. And we have arranged it around these three outputs. So the first output is looking more at the bigger picture, the strategic level challenges and trying to contribute to policies, plans, strategies. This could be at the regional level, covering several countries, or it could be covering several provinces for the bigger countries. For example, in India, it's a huge country, so many states together could be a region. And it's also looking like going down to the city level, so at various scales. But this is more of really strategic level. And for ADB, with every member country, as most of you may know, we have like a country partnership strategy where we agree on, the kind of projects that ADB will support for the country's development. So that is one area where we could also provide support. And the idea is really to sort of feed into generation of investment projects downstream. So we will take upstream actions in order to generate projects downstream, which result in air quality benefits. And then also looking at the sector level, because sectors is important, since air pollution is like a multi-sectoral issue. We have the transport sector, energy sector, agriculture sector. There's so many different sectors which all contribute to air pollution. So we also need to have sectoral level plans and policies, and we would like to support preparation of such kind of policies and plans. The second output is all around capacity building of our member countries. And one of the biggest challenges is, in order to manage air quality, we need to understand the status of air pollution in every city or country or region. However, the air quality data collection is very ad hoc and it's not systematic. And it's all dependent on, availability of budget or project. And but then in order to understand how to address the problem, we first need to understand the baseline condition. So this is something where we would like to, we've already done a bit of that under the TA. We would like to continue supporting, establishment of good and systematic air quality monitoring systems in cities and member countries. And also to have a lot of education and awareness schemes. And also build the capacity of our member countries in order to enforce the air pollution regulation and policies, because that's also another big challenge. The last output is focusing on the solutions, and we have organized it around 4 sectors. And this is where we will be looking mainly in investment projects. So the first one is on the energy sector and in the industrial sector, since this is very closely linked. So we would really like to look at energy sector projects and try to identify projects to finance by ADB and really enhance and improve the design of the air pollution reduction and carbon emission reduction component. So as mentioned by Ching Feng, the carbon emission reduction co-benefits will also be a very important part of the program. Transport sector is another sector that we are looking at. And then indoor air pollution, because of the internal heating, cooking needs, many of our member countries, they still face a lot of problems of indoor air pollution, particularly the women and children. So this is something that we would like to support. And lastly, reduced open burning. And as we all know, there is a lot of agricultural waste and residue burning. And there's also a lot of municipal waste burning, which results in air pollution in cities and also in the region. Like currently in India and Delhi, there is, as usual, the usual haze. And probably even in Pakistan at this stage, there is already the problem of haze, which is beginning. And as we all know, one of the biggest reasons for this is the agricultural waste burning. So we would also like to find opportunities to, address this challenge. So where are we currently? And this TA is a small effort, and through the TA, we are trying to actually leverage, more financing and more technical support to address air pollution. So we have secured an additional budget of $1.5 million under the TA. And with this, we are going to work on the first phase of the Clean Blue Skies program, which will run from September this year until September next year. And while we were preparing the Clean Blue Skies program, we have already had some achievements, which is listed here. And we supported the preparation of the Pakistan Clean Air Plan. And I believe this was just launched at the COP last week, at the climate COP in Egypt. So we are quite proud to have supported this initiative. And then we also provided support at like specific investment projects of ADB. So there was an air quality modeling study in the Davao Public Transport Modernization Project. This is in the Philippines. We've also supported some capacity building and training on how to manage dust in a metro project in India. And in Maldives, we've also supported training on how to monitor emissions in the Malay Waste to Energy project. So these are all projects which are currently ongoing, under preparation or ongoing. And we've also organized several knowledge events. One of them is this G20 event on applying science and technology for clean air and climate co-benefits, which we organized in June earlier this year. So this is just, through the process of implementing these activities, we were able to get a feel of what we could do under the Clean Blue Skies program. So I think this is the last slide. Yes, thank you very much. So I will be talking more on the next steps tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Karma. And I think that's a great introduction to what ADB have been doing, but also I think more importantly, where they would like to support much further going forward. And so I think certainly on the Asia Clean Blue Sky program, there's some great opportunities for some of the actions that we've identified so far that you have in mind for the clean air action plans as to potentially how they could be supported further and taken forward. So something to keep in mind, particularly I think for discussions tomorrow, but please approach Karma, myself, or any other member of the team if you'd like to know more in the meanwhile. So now we'd like to move on to talk a bit more about the process that's actually been followed for developing the clean air action plans. And so I'd like to hand over to Tom Buckland, Air Quality Assessment Specialist at Ricardo Energy and Environment.
Great, thank you very much, Ben. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Tom Buckland. I'm an Associate Director with Ricardo Energy and Environment, one of the consultancies that's been in the project team as part of this work. And in this presentation, I'll be trying to take you on a bit of a journey to talk through what the cities have been doing and working on and have achieved over the last 2 years in developing these clean air action plans and roadmaps for air quality. It's not easy to do that in 15 minutes. So it's going to be a bit of a general overview of some of the key elements that have been involved. And then later we're going to hear from the cities themselves on some of the specific work that's been done in each area. So next slide, please. Now, Ben talked through some of the objectives for the program, but I wanted to just flag two key components that have been central themes throughout the development of the Clean Air Action Plans. And that is capacity building and actions, not words. So capacity building, as Ben said, has been a really central throughout the whole program. The idea here really is that we wanted to hand over some of the skills and tools that are so fundamental to establishing effective actions for air quality. Things like local monitoring data, emissions inventories, and methods for assessing actions that can be implemented. Now, Glinda from Clean Air Asia is going to be talking more about the engagement activities that have been involved. But I just wanted to flag that that's been, a continuous element throughout the program. The other point that I've raised here is actions, not words. It's so easy to come up with an action plan that is effectively just a wish list. It's a long list of actions that may not get you anywhere. Whereas what we've tried to achieve with this program is an evidence-based, tailored, location-specific action plan that gives the best opportunity for implementing real-world effective air quality actions. And one of the key elements of that has been considering what happens after the Clean Air Action Plans, specifically relating to financing. So what the Clean Air Action Plans include is a recommendation for an investment plan for the priority actions. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. So Ben talked through some of the main outputs for this program. So just to recap on those, we had output 1, which is the city level air quality study. So these were referred to as the diagnostic reports. Ben mentioned that was about establishing a baseline. So that's about trying to understand what are the problems within each city? What are the characteristics of the city, and how are those characteristics contributing to air quality problems in those areas? Beyond that, we then look to identify which policies, technologies could be implemented in order to address some of those air quality challenges. And then output 3 is about collecting all of that information together, as well as feedback from local stakeholders, and putting together a Clean Air Action Plan that's accessible, that's understandable, that makes sense, and that policy and decision makers and local government officials can pick up and they can engage with, and they can hopefully use to be able to implement real world actions going forward. So what I'd like to do is just talk through each of these outputs in turn, starting with the city level air quality studies. Now, this is what me and my colleagues at Ricardo get really excited about. This is the data. This is the technical assessments that go into understanding what the air quality problems are. And it includes a number of key elements. So first of all, the establishment of an emissions inventory. So emissions inventories are about looking at your key sources of pollution across the city and looking to quantify total emissions that are coming into the air. And that's useful in a number of ways, because it enables you to start to get a feel for what your priority sources are that you're going to need to address in your Clean Air Action Plan. In addition to that, all of the Clean Air Action Plans have included modeling, so dispersion modeling. This is taking another step using the emissions inventory and then combining it with local data relating to meteorological parameters, topography, and then being able to estimate what local concentrations of pollutants are likely to be at any given area. So what that enables you to do is come up with a picture for a city like this we see at the bottom of the screen. So this is predicting concentrations in ambient air, and that's really important because it enables you to get a feel for what the risk is to human health. Once you know what those concentrations are in breathable air, you can understand how that compares with guidelines that are set for the protection of human health and how far below or above the current levels are, and therefore what needs to be done to bring those concentrations down. Next slide, please. The other aspect of the diagnostic study has been the establishment of real world monitors. So this again provides another layer of data, of insights into what's happening in each city in terms of local air quality. These are really important for a number of reasons. Firstly, unlike an emissions inventory and a dispersion modeling study, a monitor is in there, out in the real world. It's collecting data from the air and it's telling you as close as accurately possible what the concentrations are within the city. So that firstly gives you a real world indication of what air quality is like in those cities. It also enables you to compare that data with your modeling study. And then if the modeling is perhaps saying that it's a little bit higher, a little bit lower, it enables you to adjust the modeling and get a more accurate reflection of what's happening in those cities. The other aspect is it's a really effective engagement tool. So if you've got a physical monitor set up in a city, it gets people's attention. It gets people talking about what's happening. Why is there a monitor here? What's it doing? Why is it useful? And so on. So it can be really effective in engaging local stakeholders. So part of the program has been to establish air quality sensors in most of the cities under the program. 2 to 3 professional grade sensors have been put in place, collecting data on NO2, on particulate matter, on SO2. And under the program, we've looked to provide some of that capacity building support in the form of guidance on how to site monitors, how to interpret the data once they are set up, how to validate the data. And that involved some of our monitoring teams going out to each of the cities and working with the local teams in doing so. So hopefully that provides some useful skills to take forward in terms of managing air quality as well. Next slide, please. So once we've done that first output, which is about establishing that evidence base for each of the cities, it then enabled us to go on and think about, well, what are the actions that could actually work in each of these areas? What are the technology and policy solutions that might provide benefits in these areas? And part of that involved an international review of best practice. So this looked at various different policy and technological solutions for air quality. We have the benefit of living in the world at the moment where technology solutions are coming about every day. The market is rapidly changing and improving all the time. And this looked to capture all of that to get a feel for what are the current best potential solutions for improving air quality, both at source and also in terms of managing exposure to air pollutants. What we then look to do is combine the evidence base with that long list of potential solutions, and then come up with an initial selection of options that might be appropriate for each city, and then take that to each of the cities and involve that in some of the discussions that have taken place. In addition to that, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in the next slide, there's also been a process of prioritization. So taking that initial long list and looking to sift them down into a prioritized shortlist. So I'll go on to the next slide and we can talk about that in a little bit more detail. Now, this slide provides an illustration of the process that's been followed in order to prioritize actions. Now, I can't stress enough how important prioritization is to an effective clean air action plan. And it relates to the issue that I mentioned at the beginning, that it's very easy to come up with a long list, but the real challenge is coming up with your short list of priority actions that you know are going to have real world benefits and relate to the challenges within each city. So there was a number of steps involved in the process in order to identify that priority list of actions. So starting at the top, it was the identification of our initial long list. That's based on the international best practice review that was conducted by the consultancy team. We then discussed that with local stakeholders and then considered some of the baseline data that had been generated under output 1 in order to provide our preliminary recommendations on solutions that may be appropriate for each of the cities. We then asked stakeholders to provide input in the form of a multi-criteria analysis. Now, this is a tool that's used commonly to help with selecting policies based on a number of different criteria. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that's involved. And once we had a feel for what the local priorities might be in terms of air quality action, we then conducted additional assessments using our initial baseline study in order to understand, well, if we were to implement these actions, what would it do in terms of both air quality impact, but also cost benefit analysis as well. So looking at some of the broader socioeconomic impacts of putting these actions into place. And once we'd done all that and we had further discussions with the city teams, we had our priority list of actions. And then at that stage, we looked to develop roadmaps for implementation, which set out the timescales and the organizations responsible for actually getting the actions off the ground, and also our recommended investment plans, which we'll be talking about in more detail tomorrow. So I'll just talk through the bottom 3 elements of that process in a little bit more detail, because there's quite a lot that went in here. Again, it's not easy to sum this up in a 10-minute presentation, but I'll do my best. So firstly, taking our initial list of actions and combining that with the baseline data. So we have a long list of recommended best practices, and then we have all the bits of data for each of the cities that gives us an idea of what the local context is. We have our monitoring data on the left-hand side, so that's giving estimations of pollutants in ambient air, and we can also combine that with local metadata to say how those pollutants move and how they might be impacting on local receptor sites. We're also able to break down that data in a little bit more detail. So what we have in the middle is something called source apportionment, and that enables us to estimate how much of each pollutant is coming from the different sources. So how much is coming from cars, from buses, from trucks, from industrial sites, from waste sites, and so on. So it allows us to pick apart the data a little bit more and doing a bit more investigation. And then on the right hand side, we have the modeling. So this is where we run the dispersion model and we estimate a very close, in very close areas, how concentrations are likely to differ. So all of that's combined and it's used to come up with certain recommendations based on the International Best Practice Review. The next step was the multi-criteria analysis. So this is where we look to get input from local stakeholders. Now at the bottom here, we have a simplification of the multi-criteria analysis process, but essentially this is the basic concept. And the idea is that you're looking for local stakeholders, local individuals who have knowledge of the challenges that are being faced. They have insights on the political constraints, the financial constraints for the local cities, and they're providing an indication of how well they think each action will score against a set of criteria, including things like cost, the potential air quality benefit that that action would realize, the ease of implementation, so the likelihood of actually being able to get that action off the ground, and also local priority, whether there's likely to be political and societal support for those actions to be implemented. And all of that information was gathered for each of the cities and combined with the data from the initial modeling studies to come up with our initial list of priority actions. Once we'd done that, we then did additional modeling assessments, which we termed evaluation scenarios. So this was about adding an extra layer of depth to the analysis to test some of the options that might be included under those priority actions. So for example, in Trinidad, we looked at what the likely impact would be of converting a proportion of the jeepney buses to e-jeepneys. And we were able to test different scenarios for that and see what the likely impact of those changes would be on air quality, but also the wider socio-economic effects through a cost-benefit analysis as well. That's just an example, and we did similar evaluation scenarios for each city. And then once we again had further conversations with the local teams about the outputs of those studies and the implications for those actions, we came up with our agreed shortlist of priority actions that are going to be put forward in the Clean Air Action Plans. And for each of these priority actions, we have two elements. We have a roadmap for implementation. So this sets out the expectations for the sub-actions that would be required to get these actions off the ground and get them implemented, the likely timescales for implementing those sub-actions, and who's going to be responsible, who's the lead organization, who are the supporting organizations that are expected to be involved in getting those actions off the ground. In addition to that, we had the recommended investment plans, and we've been using a local partner to help us with this. Now, these at the moment are recommendations on potential routes that could be followed in order to source funding to implement these actions. And these have been set out for each of the priority actions within the Clean Air Action Plan. So altogether, all of this information is going to be captured within the Clean Air Action Plans, including setting the scene. What are the air quality challenges within the city? What are the local policy contexts within the city? What's the process for taking that long list of actions and whittling them down to the short list? Once we have that short list, what are the expected impacts of some of those priority actions on air quality and the local community? And then also, how do we expect those actions to be implemented? And that's set out through our roadmaps and our investment plans. So hopefully that's given you a bit of a whistle-stop tour through the process that's been followed. This has taken 2 to 3 years to do, so there's been a great deal of work that's been gone into this, and you're going to hear more from each of the cities in our next session to hear some of more of the detail about what's going into each of the individual Clean Air Action Plans. But very much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Tom. So we have one final presentation before a coffee break, but I will pause after that also for any questions you may have, both in the room or online. So please keep those in mind, and then we'll have a chance for discussion then. So next up, and to sort of round off I guess the morning's introduction to the work and everything that's already gone on to get to where we are today, I'd like to call on Glinda Batan-Batarina, the Deputy Director at Clean Air Asia and the Deputy Team Leader for the TA, who will be talking to us about partnerships and stakeholder engagement.
Thank you, Ben, and so happy to be seeing all of you in person. Although we have had the chance, in the very beginning to be with you at the inception meetings. So Ben and I and Mark Broomfield, if you remember, visited the cities to actually have that first inception workshop with you. So very happy to see you here at the final regional workshop. There you go. So I'm going to be going down memory lane with you, because if you remember, we had started this project in 2019, and so really most of the implementation was during the really the height of the pandemic. Okay, not working. Thank you, Sam. So stakeholder engagement has really been key to the success of developing the clean air action plans. I think you remember that the team members have visited you and worked with you at least more than 5 times. No? So I think there were 6 meetings, if I remember, that were lined up and actually implemented to develop the Clean Air Action Plan. And there was a specific reason. There are several reasons why we really took this approach. First is that we truly believe that by engaging stakeholders, the likelihood that the Clean Air Action Plan will actually be realized is greater. And thus, through the engagement, we get buy-in and greater success for implementing the Clean Air Action Plan. We also really believed at the onset, during the design of this project, that there is a need to increase awareness and understanding, first, of the problem of air pollution in our cities, and also to include them in the development of the mitigation measures. And with this approach, we are really hoping that we will see change on the ground, because we have engaged all the different sectors in the development of the Clean Air Action Plan. Next slide. And the root, the foundation of this approach is really in what Clean Air Asia has developed together with partners like UNEP, of course, the ADB and the team here, the guidance framework for better air quality in Asian cities. And there are 2 parts of developing a Clean Air Action Plan. First is really to be clear about the knowledge base, the science part of developing the plan, knowing what the air pollution levels are in your city, what the sources of pollution are, and what are the health impacts of the pollution on people. And then, based on the science, develop the solutions. This could be, of course, at the city level, even at community level, but then reaching out also to the national level players to ensure that our work at city level is supported. And in the next slide, we now go back to the city inception meetings that we held with you, and that was when we of course introduced the project, also then explained that there will be a process of identifying the sources of pollution, the levels of pollution through air quality monitoring sensors set up in your cities, and also identification or estimating the impacts. And so we have here all of the group photos from the inception meetings. And in the next slide, we actually focus on what were the meetings that we held with you and the stakeholders in developing the solutions. And this part actually took a bit of time. If you remember, probably about 3 to 4 meetings. So once the diagnostic results were ready, we then presented this to you in a meeting. And this was when we said, we need a governance structure. We need an institution within your city to lead the development of the Clean Air Action Plan, and thus the establishment of technical working groups. And in the next slide, we also identified early on from discussions with you that there was a desire for technology solutions. And so we said, okay, knowing the common sources of pollution and the solutions that you had identified, it would be good to have a technology event. And so if you remember, we had a virtual technology fair where we had several sectors, 6 sectors. So we had energy, waste, agriculture, transportation, cooking and heating, brick kilns, where experts spoke about the mainstream technologies, and where we even have actual providers from the People's Republic of China sharing how the technologies actually worked. And of course, there were city technology trainings that were held in each of the cities. And of course, some of the exciting parts of our work has been really developing and implementing the communication and awareness raising campaigns. So here we involved more than just the technical working group. We actually involved youth, universities, and the academia. And as you can see here, we have some of the output, some of the artwork that youth in your cities have presented to rally support for clean air action. And so that is actually my last slide. I just want to congratulate all of you for really being cooperative and really being open to involving different sectors in your city to implement, to develop the Clean Air Action Plan. So congratulations to you and thank you.
Thanks, Glinda. Now, we've spoken at you for a lot this morning, and I appreciate a lot of presentations. So we have a few minutes before we break for the group photo and a coffee break. I'd like to ask if there's any sort of initial questions or comments on anything that's been presented so far, say to myself or any of our other speakers. I would also add that there's been a lot of reference to a lot of the materials that have been produced throughout the TA. You know, Glinda mentioned about the technology training, the technology toolkits, workshops, communication materials, etc. And if anyone does not have access or hasn't seen some of those and would like to, then again, please let myself and or another member of the team know, and we can share all of the materials that we have so far. Obviously, some of the Clean Air Action Plans and some of the outputs are still under development, but certainly there's a lot of material that's been developed with your help in particular, and we'd be happy to share that. So I think everyone is getting desperate for a cup of tea or coffee, I think we'd like to just have a quick group photo up here in front of the screen, and then we will release you to your refreshments. And then we will return at 11:15. Thanks, everyone.
I'm really. No, I don't often stand at the back.
You can hold poses. Glasses. Welcome back, everybody. If I could ask you to take your seats, then we'll start the session on the city clean air action plans. So we now have a session before lunch where we're going to hear from the first 3 of our cities that have been involved in the TA, from the Trinidad, from Erdenet, and from Faridpur. So to kick us off, I'd like to invite Vice Mayor Roderick Arangang from the municipality of La Trinidad to talk us through the Clean Air Action Plan development.
Thank you, sir. So welcome. So welcome to the Philippines. So we have a saying here in the Philippines that you need to smile when you're here. Otherwise, it would be very bad. Okay. So first of all, I would like to greet the following persons who are responsible for the success of this particular event today. And indeed, if it seems that only starting, but again, I believe that this activity is already successful. So thank you very much, King Jingfeng Sang of the Asian Development Bank. Also would like to thank Karma Yamson of the ADB as well. Ben Grebut, sir, of the Air Quality Consultants, and Attorney Glenda Batan Baterina of Clean Air Asia. Also with us this morning, and I believe he would be presenting this afternoon, is Vincent Venarao of Quezon City. And also with us, we would like to greet from Ricardo Energy and Environment. Thank you very much for facilitating the technical assistance so that today would now be presenting it to you finally. And also to Clean Air Asia, the team from Clean Air Asia, thank you very much as well. And also with us from the EMB, our regional director of the EMB of the Cordillera Administrative Region, the ever beautiful Director Maria Victoria Abrea. Also our friends from the Department of National Environment and Natural Resources, sirs, to the country leaders and representatives of the Philippines, Mongolia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Vietnam. Welcome to this technical assistance final presentation of our technical assistance outputs. In the team, the Trinidad, we also have here for our Mayor Romeo Salda, sir. Good morning, and also the team. So I would be presenting to you the output of the Trinidad Clean Air Action Plan. And this particular plan had been accomplished for almost 2 years, and that is during the advent of the pandemic. Most of it was done during the pandemic. So first slide. Asan yung first? Okay, so the vision and air quality targets. So to summarize, the target of Latrin, that is that we would be compliant with the World Health Organization standards as to the compounds and substrates that is being measured by our air quality modalities, or these are the equipments that had been established in the municipality. And our goal by 2030 is that in La Trinidad, we would now be in compliant with that standards with the World Health Organization. So next. So if we see in this slide, we particularly identified the key sources of pollution in La Trinidad. And number one is the mobile sources, particularly because these are emitted by our transport. The transport, these are the buses, the trucks. It is because La Trinidad is known as a highly commercial area, and we are the main source of the highland vegetables delivered majority in the entire Philippines. So almost all highland vegetables are coming from La Trinidad. That's why all of the trucks are being the trucks are carrying those vegetables going down here in Metro Manila and other provinces as well. So basically, that this particular source of pollution basically come from our transport sectors. And secondarily, but again in a small detail, some of it came from sources that are from the industrial and other sources. So as we see here on the slides. But again, majority of which the pollution came from our transport sources. So next slide. So the key stakeholders, particularly who made the planning or the conceptualization of our Clean Air Action Plan, These are composed of our technical working group. And this technical working group is actually embedded in one of our local ordinance, and this is known as the Trinidad Sustainable Environmental Code of 2019. So in this particular code, in this particular ordinance, we identified the office that is responsible for programs, projects, and activities related to environment and natural resources, clean air included. And also in particular ordinance, we identified the creation of a technical working group, and this is it. But again, in this particular technical assistance, the membership was expanded. So additional members were incorporated so as to come up with a more realistic, with a more comprehensive clean air action plan for the municipality. So next. So these are now the priority actions that were identified in our clean air action plan. Number one is that we will be having an e-jeepney pilot program. Second is new cycling infrastructure. Third, green freight strategy, improvement of the solid waste processing facilities, and the review opportunities for improving energy efficiency in the industrial sector. So as we try to look into it, it seems that these particular targets are actually the main problems that really occur when we talk about the environment, isn't it? We talk about garbage, we talk about solid waste management, we talk about air quality. So it seems that all of these particular items are now the priority that must be addressed in the next few years to come by the municipality of La Trinidad. So action highlight is jeepney pilot program. This particular program is aligned with the government, with the national government's program on the PUV modernization program. So in the entire Philippines, we have this particular law that mandates that all public utility vehicles, these are the buses, the jeepneys, the taxis, must be upgraded so that it would now be in consonance with the goal of having a very cleaner air in support to the global challenge of having a clean air. So this particular law is being mandated now, and that's why in this particular action plan that the municipality have created, we anchored that particular plan to now the PUV modernization. Okay, so this is it. So the action highlight, we already have assessed the technology and option for jeepney retrofit and replacement, and that would be attained in the first year. Next, to identify the priority areas and routes for jeepney pilot. This is actually being done by one of our office at the municipality, in which we now identify the different routes within the municipality of La Trinidad. What are the areas? What are the road networks in which this would now be used to be as routes by our jeepneys and our other transportation units. And next, to develop the plan for monitoring. And finally, the main problem is to look for financial resources, resource mobilization, so that we could now go to the next important part of the project, so that we could now finally finance all those particular programs related to this particular endeavor. Okay, the last one, seeking funding and approval. And I believe we will try to discuss that later this afternoon. So next slide. These are just some of the activities that had been conducted in the municipality. But again, these particular items are the ones that had been in partnership with our group, the Asian Development, 10-year Asia, yes. So, but again, aside from this, other activities had also been implemented by the local government unit in as much as environmental programs, projects, and activities are concerned. So next slide. Okay, so before I end, I want to share to you a very simple story so that to change up the environment a bit. So I have this simple story. I believe that they had given us about 15 minutes for this presentation, but maybe I'll give you about 5 minutes of a story. So there was once this training activity attended by about 100 participants. 100 participants came from different areas, such as this. And there was once this facilitator inside the seminar, and this facilitator mentioned to the group that I have 100 balloons and I have 100 pentel pens. So right now, I'll give each one of you a balloon and one pentel pen, and what you would do is to write your name on that balloon, and at the same time, under your name, you would be writing also your country or your agency on that balloon. Okay, so so the facilitator had given one balloon and one pentel pen to each and everyone, and then as everyone had finished writing their name and their country, their as organization and a particular balloon, the facilitator said, "Now throw your balloon in front of me." So all of them have thrown the balloon in front, and the facilitator said, "Now go out of this function hall." So as the balloon was inside, the facilitator went also outside, and then asked the participants of this training program, "So now I'll give you 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes, go inside the function hall and look for the balloon in which your name, your country was written in it. So I'll give you 5 minutes." So time starts now. So everyone rashly got inside the function hall. Everyone was bumping with each other. Again, in 5 minutes, no one had found the balloon. Okay, now, time's up, the facilitator said. "Now go out again of the function hall, throw your balloon in front." So what the facilitator said outside of the function hall was, he said these particular words: "Now, I'll give you again 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, you must have found the balloon in which your name was written into it. But what you would do is that go inside the function hall, just get one balloon. Just get one balloon. And then as if you hold that balloon, then later, just look for the person inside that function hall who have the name that is written on that balloon." So I'll give you 5 minutes. Time starts now. Slowly, all of the participants went inside the function hall. In 3 minutes, everyone have the respective balloons. Air quality, it's a gigantum and a Herculean task. And what we really need here is actually cooperation, participation of everyone, of every stakeholders that is involved in this particular program. We need to share, we need to care, so that air quality would be achieved as the goal of having a more cleaner air quality in the entire world. So that is a presentation of Latrina. Thank you very much, and a pleasant good morning.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I feel like we need to now go out and get a lot of balloons ready for day two. I feel like we're missing something here next time. We have a few minutes for any questions or comments for the Vice Mayor and for what's been presented here on the action plan. So I don't know if anyone has any questions. Joy? One.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your presentation and the rest of the team. My question is not just for Latinidad, but the others as well. During the Clean Air Action Plan process, what were your key lessons? I was able to participate virtually in the very engaging discussions. I was actually impressed by the level of participation in La Trinidad. So that's first. And the second is, how would you sustain the momentum? I've seen a long list, for example, of the technical working group. Will you be able to carry them forward after the TA has closed? Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
So the team would answer that question. Again, let us try to decipher the problem. So the problem here is actually, what would we do to inspire our stakeholders? So that is the main issue. So everything that we're doing is actually mind-boggling. This is a product of the mind, the planning. However, what is the most important thing is that how could we attach that plan so that our constituents would be receptive to our plan. So the most important thing is actually to touch everyone's heart so that they would be inspired that indeed what we are doing is for the benefit of the community and for the next generation. So that is what the concept, and that I believe is what the Trinidad is doing, to involve all other stakeholders, to inspire them, and at the same time to involve them in the planning. And I believe that is what we'll be trying to do also in the near future.
Okay, thank you. I thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. I think this is very interesting to see your action plan preparation, and I think we can learn from your climate, air quality action plan preparation. But my question, I have two questions here. The first for the taken working group, can you explain further the function of taken working group and the responsibility of each member in the working group here? Then I see here the roadmap, priorities roadmap. I found there are many activities then also responsible for the activity. Then do you have a framework of timeline implementation for the action plan for air quality action plan that of the priorities? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. So to contextualize for La Trinidad, what we did was to identify broad action areas. So we call this the priority actions. And I think it was in the presentation earlier by Vice Mayor, we itemized the sub-actions that would be needed. And in those sub-actions, the specific offices or agencies that would be responsible for implementing those sub-actions and actions have already been identified. And I guess in that particular slide, maybe Dana, you can pull up that particular slide. We already identified like the time frame of implementation as well, whether it would be between 1 year to 2 years or 2 to 3 years or greater than there. So greater than 3 years, I think. So the time scale we already plotted in the action planning, one of the action planning workshops that we did for the municipality. So you would note that the composition of the technical working group is very comprehensive because it was really from the stakeholders' perspectives that we put together these priority actions in terms of their existing capacity to implement the action, of course, resources available, and of course, considering the impacted or affected segments of the society. And so we came up with the priority actions. So I hope that is clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Dang.
The Municipal Environment and Natural Resource Office serves as the oversight, but of course that's working closely with the technical working group members. Thank you.
Thanks, Dang. I think as Dang's alluded to, one of the key activities early on in the process was to actually identify the technical working group, its members, the roles and responsibilities. So essentially it involves the right people who have an influence on its implementation, its development, different departments, different areas and so on. Because again, I think Tom alluded to it earlier, you can develop a plan very easily, just writing some actions and a long list of things on a piece of paper, but it won't be successful if it's not involving all of the different relevant stakeholders. So I think we have time for one more question if there are any. Is there a microphone there on the table?
My name is Vakas and I am from Pakistan actually. It is less of a question and more of a comment. Actually, every sector is contributing towards the carbon emissions, and every sector and every project we undertake, they are contributing towards, polluting the air. And we are talking about the action plans. And these, basically these, every day, nowadays in the world, we are experiencing the climate induced disasters like the one we have experienced in Pakistan in 2022 in the recent monsoon we have experienced. This is basically the climate induced disaster. I think we must formulate the policies so that every project we launch or initiate must have that environmental impact analysis. Because it is not only the few action plans, or it is not only a 2 or 3 years plan where we can have our action plan and we say that there is going to be clean, but every project and every day we have to see that every project what it is contributing towards the polluting the environment. We must have a detailed environmental impact analysis of the projects. Actually, we have the analysis, like other analysis, economic analysis, financial analysis, and other analysis. We are also, do the environmental impact analysis, but that is not being implemented in its true sense. In my personal reckoning, I think that we must have the policies. Any project should not be initiated which have the severe impact on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And certainly, I think it's a good primer almost for some of the discussions we'll have this afternoon when we talk a bit about mainstreaming. And I think the overlaps, particularly when we talk between air pollution, climate change, action planning, it says none of these things should be developed in isolation. And I completely agree that we need to understand the full impacts of any actions that we may take, any projects as well, as you mentioned. Okay, so I think that's a good start for the discussion. We now have the next city up. So I'd like to invite Professor Lodoy Samba, our city coordinator for Erdenet. He'll be presenting the Clean Air Action Plan that's been developed so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank ADB, Ricardo Environment, and Clean Air Asia for bringing us again to the very beautiful, forever green country, Philippines. Thank you. And I would like to apologize also because my English is very bad. First, second, Mongolia is a very special country, very cold. You are mainly from tropical countries, except England. But England is also tropics if compared with Mongolia. And as my English is very bad, better you see the screen rather than listen me. Broken English. Okay, my name is Lodoy Samba and I am retired, very old. Okay. Next, please. Okay. So this is vision. The Erdenet will be a green city with healthy and intelligent citizens, clean and safe environment, and nature-friendly industry. We have Erdenet city is big mining city, so it is very important, and sustainable economy to 2030. And you see, the next picture is the Erdenet city air pollution is exceeding almost all guidelines and standards. You see the national standard, PM2.5 is exceeding, and the World Health Organization guideline value, all of them exceeding, and so on. Next, please. In this project, we were assessing what is main pollution. So main pollution was industry and transport, if PM10. Then domestic combustion and waste burning. And also emissions come from thermal power plants and heat-only boilers. The traffic emission is also, you see, among the roads, main roads, it's very polluted. So here is the graph, NOx and PM 2.5 for vehicles. What type of vehicles is more polluted? Mainly this is big trucks because of mining industry. Okay, next please. So this is a priority actions for Erdenet. We were discussing with the stakeholders. So first is a clean stove pilot program. This is first we should review that the fuels, alternative fuels for cooking and heating. Heating is most important because of very cold climate. And then assess the potential fuel alternatives. Yes, this is interesting because now we are using raw coal, which is very dirty. So we decided that ban raw coal in the city and use another alternatives, maybe coal briquettes or methanol fuel or gas, something like that. And also stoves according to that fuel. Second is this heat-only boiler. Do you understand that what is mean? This is for heating office spaces, only for heating, not for electricity, and much coal is used for heating. So we should reduce emissions from industry and heat-only boilers, especially those heat-only boilers more pollutant, but the big power plants have better filters, but heat-only boilers have not good filters. So also the pilot study will be how to operate, maybe replace it by electric heating, or maybe convert to electricity and heat generation. That was the second. Third was the, for transport, also install alternative fueling stations. So maybe those big trucks, which is more pollutant, maybe convert to CNG or LPG fuels. So for that, maybe to install the fueling stations. In fact, now the 5 gas station is working, but they serve mainly small cars. But for heavy vehicles, maybe or alternative fuels. Then provision of waste management. Yes, to reduce emissions from waste burning and disposal. The new facility for processing of waste was the another issue. And then in Erdenet, we have a big problem of white dust from the waste pond of mining industry. That was not planned, but during the implementation of project, it was from the stakeholders. Many are concerned about that white dust pollution. So also in this part, the review capacity building, best practice for dust separation from Erdenet Mining Corporation waste pond. This is, now we are taking many measures, but still could not reduce to the right level. Thank you. Next. No, not me, sorry. This is just pilot programs highlighting the clean stove pilot program. This is was chosen because the stove is one of main pollution source, especially for PM 2.5. And the stoves contribute not only outdoor pollution, also big indoor pollution, which has a high health impact. And also the stove program was initiated before by the city. So it is affordable and can be sustainable. For this program, the sub-actions are first assess the technology options, especially for alternative fuels, because we want to change the raw coal. Then also the stoves for that new fuel. So second is, yes, this is important, is the food establishment profiling. Every nation has different food profiling, so also this will be reviewed. And also what kind of heating, cooking methods is used, also should review and identify priority establishments, households for stove pilot. Then develop plan for monitoring and evaluation of pilot study, including internal governance and partnering. And then seek funding. That is very important now. Okay, maybe that is all. Next, please. Oh. The next step is finalization of clean air action plan and documentation handled to the city administration, seek funding. That may be next steps. Thank you very much. If you understand. No question, please.
Thank you, Professor Lodoy Samba. I guess the standing question from Joy is more around the lessons learned. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on what you've learned through the process and what's worked well, what perhaps you've had to adapt
During the implementation?
during the development of the Clean Air Action Plan.
Lessons. Okay. Of course, many things, because first we were assessing the level of pollution and decided it should be reduced. It's first. Second, thank you for ADB and Ricardo that provided us 2 monitoring stations, because the old data was not very satisfactory and the monitoring stations were not very good. So we installed 2 new stations and got new information that it's also. Then we could model and see who is polluting, how much is polluting, and so on. So we decided how to reduce it, because we could identify the pollution sources and its apportionment. So according to those results, the outcome was to develop a clean air action plan. What measures should be taken? First, very first was that listed here. Maybe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any other questions at this stage. Oh, I'm going to have this.
Thank you, Professor. It's a very good presentation. We enjoyed a lot. My question will be a little bit broader. In Mongolia, I think in terms of air pollution, probably we're not doing much. I think what I learned from the literature that lots of coming to transboundary effect, a lot of coming from China. So has this been discussed in your air pollution discussion on the policy matters? How are you going to deal with this? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, that is a little bit wrong question because Mongolia is polluting by transboundary pollution, China, Japan, Korea, but Mongolia is not affected by transboundary pollution because Russia, sometimes from Russia, the fire, forest fire, only that one. But Russia is a very clean country. So wind comes from Russia, but we are polluting other countries. Thank you. Is that right?
About the impact of transboundary air pollution and how that was taken into account. But I think, as you're saying, it's not such a big issue for Mongolia. One more question, I think. Do one more, and then I'll free you.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. It's a good presentation. May I ask, you have not mentioned the groups that you have collaborated. What are the challenges that you've encountered?
Do you mean different stakeholder?
Yes.
Groups? So the different stakeholder. What groups have we consulted with, worked with, and any challenges?
Okay, many groups from that STOWS program. The householders were participating very actively, and for that white dust, that is big issue, and there is a NGO special created for this white dust issue, and it was very difficult to have one meeting with them. So the Ricardo decided to take samples from that fund and the surroundings, and we have sent to England, and recently we have got the technical results of them. And the challenge is how to explain them. I am also afraid now how we will report again to them, because again they will raise many many things, probably will not be agree. They think white dust is very harmful for health, but in fact this is not very much polluting the city in my opinion. So that white dust was more challenge for us. But other things, it's okay. Everybody is very interested in to reduce air pollution, and we're participating very actively, and all we could agree with each other. Is that okay? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I think as Professor Lado-Isamba says, we had a number of different stakeholders as part of the technical working group, including the mining company, the power company, as well as some of the NGOs. And I think it's primarily been on this white dust from the mine in Tailing Pond that's been the main, I guess, challenge with managing relationships and discussions. And we've tried to keep it evidence driven, which is why there's been a separate sampling done specifically on that. But of course, everyone has different views. And so I think the challenge has been managing the different interests and the different views on that. But I think generally for the wider program, it's been fairly collaborative on all sides. I think, thank you. Thank you, Professor Lodo Samba. So we have one more city to present then before lunch. So I hope you can hold on till then. So I'd like to invite Tuhid Islam, our city coordinator for Faridpur, to talk us through the Cleaner Action Plan development there.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Asian Development Bank, for funding this project. Our colleague from Ricardo Energy Environment, Cleaner Asia, we have been working together for more than 3 years for this project. So thank you very much all. Thank you for your participation in this workshop. Well, in Bangladesh, we have been working to develop a cleaner action plan for Faridpur city. It's one of the oldest city in Bangladesh and one of the oldest district in Bangladesh. It is actually situated almost 100 kilometers far from the national capital, and it used to be difficult to travel there because of two big rivers. We had to cross two big rivers on the ferry. But nowadays, with the opening of new bridge, which has made the transport time much shorter than used to be in previous time. Also, why I am telling this, because with this bridge opening, there is a chance of more and more industrialization in this area. So this is a best time to develop a clear action plan for Faridpur. And when we started to develop a cleaner action plan, the city area was a smaller area. It was about 17 square kilometer. Nowadays, the city area has extended up to 66 square kilometers. As a result, the population increased to 0.5 million within the new city boundary. So this is the best time we have a cleaner action plan for Faridpur. So the vision we are focusing on for the cleaner action plan for Faridpur is extracted from the city's master plan, and the vision will be Faridpur municipality will be a clean, healthy, and livable city by 2030. Now, if we see the table beside the vision, we can see the modeled and monitor standard of air quality, and with the comparison of different standard, like only according to the national standard, only nitrogen dioxide is below the national annual standard, and other standard like WHO guideline, interim report, interim target 2, interim target 3, and interim target 4, all the pollutants are above the guideline value. Only for the nitrogen dioxide and PM10 is below the standard of interim target 1 of the WHO guideline. Next slide. So when we started the project, we started to find out the major polluting sources for Faridpur, and we found out there are lots of polluting sources like waste burning, shipping, road transport, big clean, household burning, and others. But when our colleagues from Ricardo analyzed the air quality in Faridpur, then we find out that there are major 3 sectors in Faridpur which are polluting the most. The first one is breaking. Second one is domestic burning for cooking, like using wood and other biomass. And the third sector is road transport. You see, Faridpur is located in a such position that if you have to travel the southern part of Bangladesh, you have to cross over Faridpur in different ways. So it is located in a major road junction in Bangladesh, and you can see the brick kiln and the domestic sectors contributing significantly for the PM emission, while transport sector is contributing the most of the nitrogen dioxide gas. Next slide. Thank you. So based on the sources we find in Faridpur for polluting the air, we conducted a lot of discussion with the stakeholder. And in November last year, we hold a meeting at the DC office in Faridpur to find out the best possible action that can be taken to address the pollution sources and address the polluting actions. And then we gathered a lot of actions proposed by the different stakeholders from different government department, NGO worker, community people, health chief health officer of Faridpur. And from that, from those action, based on different indicator like which is easy to implement, which is important for local to meet the local demand, and which will which has the most air quality benefit. We shortened these four actions as priority actions for Faridpur. New cycling infrastructure, upgrade to Bricklin. This is a pilot scheme we provided. Introduction of renewable solar energy system in municipal building, provision of cooling technology. So the first one is new cycling infrastructure. It is mainly suggested by the stakeholders that if we can promote walking and cycling throughout the city, the use of vehicle will reduce and it will contribute to less emission from those sectors. And another action is introduction to renewable energy, solar energy system in municipal buildings. You see in Bangladesh, recently Bangladesh government has a policy called net metering policy prepared by Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority, SREDA. Under that policy, a lot of action has been taken by different locations of Bangladesh. In Faridpur, there are about more than 40 buildings which started to install, who have installed solar energy system in their rooftop at different capacity. So that action also can be undertaken to reduce the dependency on conventional energy or grid energy. And thirdly, as you know, in Bangladesh, the women of a household are mostly involved in cooking, and they had to spend a lot of time in the kitchen. So so it is also affecting their health due to indoor air pollution. So it is also an action suggested by the local stakeholder. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we are talking about the pilot scheme, it is found that there are a lot of brick kiln in Faridpur and close to the city. There is a place in Faridpur which is known as Tepakhola. There are more than 20 brick kiln at one place, and that is very located very close to the city center. So so the local stakeholders like government officers and like other stakeholders has mentioned that the brick should be one sector we be focusing on to reduce the air pollution, because in a project funded by World Bank, undertaken by the Department of Environment, which is called CASE project, Clean Air and Sustainable Environment project, they revealed that 55% of total air pollution of whole Bangladesh is caused by the brick kiln. So it is understandable why brick kiln is also suggested by the local stakeholders. Also, like I said before, with the ease of transportation, with the new connectivity with the other part of Bangladesh due to Podda multipurpose bridge, there is a possibility there is a possibility to see new industries in the region. Yesterday, DC sir was telling me that all the land beside the roads are already taken by different industrialists, and they are planning to expand their business in Faridpur. So the demand for the brick is not going to reduce, though Bangladesh government has a plan to replace the traditional burn brick with the concrete block brick, but the it is still a lot of way to go to achieve the target, because the plan of government is to use the block brick in the government projects, not the private projects. So also the chances of brick is not demand is not going down very soon. Also, when last month when we have been discussing with the owner of brick tin, they said that okay, let us produce the brick block brick, but who will buy it? Because people are not going to buy it, because they are still dependent on that kind of brick. So so upgrading the brick kiln can be a solution to reduce the air pollution from the sources. Okay. So what we have left in Faridpur, there is a meeting still to be done for finalizing the financial plan, the presentation of final clean air action plan with the stakeholders is also left. And I forgot to amend the last line of this because it was done in my note, not in the soft copy. The municipality and Department of Environment has to be the lead for implementing the clean air action plan, because according to Bangladesh law or rules, the Department of Environment is responsible for anything related with air pollution, and the municipality is the authority who are approving different projects, different construction within the municipal area. So these two departments has to be the implementing for clean air action plan under the supervision of district deputy commissioner and district magistrate of the city. So next slide. This is all about my presentation. For now, do you have any question to me? Yes, Professor.
Again, please translate from English to English. You mentioned to use solar energy.
Yes.
What for do you use? For cooking or lighting?
Solar energy?
Yes.
Well,
and how many kilowatt will you need?
So under the net metering policy, I actually do not remember the whole thing about the policy very well, but under that policy, a building will produce electricity from solar energy and use it for their own use, and they will send it to the national grid. And it is not used for cooking, but I think about the net metering policy or government policy, our district magistrate, sorry, is here. He can tell us better about the policy. So can we?
Actually, the government emphasizing green energy. You know, the solar energy is one of the green energy. And to introduce with this green energy, we are hoping to implement all this energy for every purpose, cooking, heating, in every purpose. And we are also thinking to run our vehicles also with this solar energy. And by this time, we have adopted atomic energies. We are going to set up a atomic power plant, and we have the plan by 2041 we will set up 2 or 3 more atomic power plants, so that we can ensure the clean energy all over the country. And by this I may contribute with Mr. Tohid for all of the colleagues from different countries. You know, Bangladesh is a developing country, but nowadays under the pragmatic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we are developing very fast. And with the development process, generally industrialization is becoming high and high. And with this development, environment pollution is becoming high. So, though we have policies, laws, and everything, but what we are thinking to ensuring the law, implementing the law, we are trying to reduce the emissions so that Bangladesh can be a green country. And we have the very plantation, greenery, and we have the ETTP, that is effluent treatment plant for the industry, so that they cannot contribute to the environment with the pollutants. So in this way, we are doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any extra questions for Tuhid or colleagues here? I think everyone has eyes on lunch. Okay. I think that's enough for this morning's session. I'd like to thank all of the speakers particularly from the cities, for sharing their experiences and where they've got to things. So we will now break for lunch. Lunch will be served just outside. We'll be back at 1:45, where we'll hear from the rest of the cities before moving through the rest of the afternoon's agenda. Any questions, any problems about anything, then please just approach me or any member of the team. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So lunch is served outside. You have the option to bring food in, or you can also take your lunch at the covered courtyard. So happy lunch. Hello. Hello. We will start in about 2 minutes. So requesting if everyone can settle down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good lunch and feeling raring to go for this afternoon session. So as I mentioned before the break, we have two more sets of presentations. So we're going to be hearing from our cities in Vietnam and then from Pakistan. So I'd like to start by inviting Dr. Thuy, our air quality expert for Vinh Yen and Ho Chi Minh, who will be presenting on the CAP development process in both cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope my present can wake you up a little bit, and I will try to make it short so we can go to the next one. May I have the Vinh Yen first? I will present for both clean action plan, draft of clean action plan up to this point for both two cities of Vietnam. So first, I would like to present about Vinh Yen, and the similar one I will. First, we're going to present a little bit introduction of the city. Then we will talk about the current air pollution situation. Then we will go to the proposed measures for clean air action plan, the draft at that point. Actually in Vietnam, we have national standards, and basically the province, now we have the government try to make all the pollutants to meet these standards. You can have a look at these standards. So currently our standards still a little bit loose compared with the WHO, but still that's one of our current targets at that state, and we haven't have any plan for further tighten up of the standards. So that's what we are going to base to determine which pollutant is considered pollutant. Next, please. So a little bit introduction about Vinh Yen. It's our secondary city in this project. So it's a little bit small city. The Vinh Yen is a city of Vĩnh Phúc province. With small area, and in terms of industrial, it have only one industrial zone, Khai Quang industrial zone inside the city. Next, please. I'm going to present very briefly in terms of economic. Vinh Yen have a quite good economics with a high share of service, and they intend to have more share in service and industry, and its agricultural section is now sliced. Next, please. So about waste management, the main waste still go to landfill, and they have burned just some industrial waste. So we don't have very serious waste emission from air pollution emission from waste in Vinh Yen. Next, please. For transportation, the situation, of course, here we cannot see very clearly, but basically the transportation is not similar with our two other cities in Vietnam. They still have quite large roads, and the congestion situation is not yet happened in Vinh Yen, so they still have quite okay with the transportation system. And in the hub of transportation to connect with Hanoi. But for public transport, they have only two inter-province bus, but one maybe will be closed, and they basically have one inter-province bus transport system. Because they have train, and this one, Sorry, next one. And this one is our data, I mean the Vĩnh Phúc province data pollutant. So based on the data, they take sample manually, periodically. So about 6 times per year. And the data here at that time, currently, they still don't have PM 2.5 in the manual sample. They actually have a automatic system, but now broken. So we don't have the PM 2.5 officially from Vĩnh Yen. And the main problem is TSP, but in that data, we cannot see in Vĩnh Yen. No problem, but in other side in Vĩnh Phúc, they have the TSP problem. Next, please. Besides the data of Vĩnh Yen, project also install three low-cost sensor device. And based on that, we can obtain some data represent for different size or actually different area in Vĩnh Yen. Just in that device, we can measure PM 2.5, PM10, ozone, and NO2. Next, please. And basically, based on the data, we can detect some problem. We have the summarized data next page, but the most serious problem is also PM 2.5. And we have daily, sometimes we have daily problem in NO2 and ozone also. We have sometimes, some very little time we have overrated 8-hour standard in Vietnam of ozone. Based on the data, the project also analyzed, and we found that maybe some internal source also, you can see from the sound, affects NO2. Actually, we have more data, but the most important that we found that PM 2.5 is kind of a particular matter is a problem in Vĩnh Yen. Next slide, please. So that one is a summary of accident standards that from Ricardo report is this project to show that we have mainly the PM problem in Vĩnh Yen. And next, please. So also as a result of this project, Ricardo had helped us to develop the inventory and also the map of emission. This one is, for example, one NO2 map, so you can see the emission from the project. We can see the map of emission from industry, from transportation, etc. And in terms of the key pollutant, we found that transportation and industry are the key sector that emit pollutant. I think in terms of PM2.5, maybe we had quite a balanced number of that two key sources, and it contribute must be more than 80% of the total emission. So that's the more important source. Other source also contribute a little, somehow to the emission in Vĩnh Yen. And in terms of transportation, heavy truck and motorcycle are the main vehicle types that emit pollutant. And more importantly, in Vĩnh Yen, we have also pollution from outside. Thus, we can see that there are some background level contribute to the level of pollutant in the city. So that's also make it very hard to control pollution situation in Vĩnh Yen. Next slide, please. Besides the situation about emission, we also want to mention that at this period, luckily our government also very concentrates to debate air pollution. For example, we have a decision number 876, Prime Minister to have action program for green energy that put a very strong requirement to improve the public transportation, I mean green transportation, and his very ambitious purpose for example, up to 2025, all new invested bus must be the green one. So from that point, no more, I understand no more fuel bus can be investigated. And also the government aim to have a higher loss percentage of public transportation. So based on that, they may put different requests for different city, but mainly the big city. So you can see our new requirements now. That's also one point we consider when we cooperate with Ricardo to develop the clean air action plans. Next page, please. Actually in Vinh Yen and also in our Ho Chi Minh City, we not yet finalized the clean air action plan because we still have a lot of discussion. So now I would like to present what we have obtained from the last meeting on meeting number 4. Please, on that meeting, we have proposed a set of action and measure for and you can see that's similar with other cities. We also think that improve public transportation is important and for the emission standards. But in Vinh Yen actually is a city inside Vĩnh Phúc province. So the most important policy at local should be from Vĩnh Phúc and also have to follow the government plan. So we have proposed some set of sub-action suitable with the situation of Vinh Yen. Then based on that, actually some local people in Vinh Yen, the project, and we think that public transportation is very important, but the people in Vinh Yen, some people think that maybe at this stage it's not very necessary to improve public transportation. I just raised the question now. We have a lot of discussion and some local people think that the city will never have problem of transportation. They will never have the traffic jam, etc. They think that the traffic is enough. So that we not yet finalize the priority action because still have some discussion. But of course, we agree that Green Fresh program is very useful because the benefits, the target is more and they can have co-benefits. So that can be useful to apply this program. Next, please. And for the industrial measurement, actually in Vinh Yen we have one industrial, and we show here we can count some plants, and we know the number of plants in each district. So not very big number of plants. Actually, we can see which is the biggest plant in Vinh Yen quite easily. So the participant, we agree that public the data is something ready because don't they also have a similar plan to public the data for transparent observation. And also our people maybe similar trend in Vietnam, we think that planning and urban landscape is very important. So we also, they put it, I mean the stakeholders, they put it very important action. Next, please. We also have some, in previous slide, I would like to mention that because we do not have enough inventory data. So in Vietnam, we think that develop inventory database is important at this stage. And for solid waste management, everyone agrees that based on the real situation that we do not have a separate solid waste system at the source. So we always have a solid waste of mixing all kind of waste. So it's different for further treatment of waste. So we think that we can start at this point and make a separate, then it one can be easier for treatment of waste and reduce the problem of solid waste burning in the future. And because we have the problem of TSP, we have think water spray is important. It can reduce the problem, and also out building the actually Vinh Yen used to have the automatic monitor, but now it's not operated. So reset the system is very important. Next, please. I hope it's not long, very long. So actually, I convey the message from Vinh Yen. So we would like to have the final draft to submit to the Vinh Yen People Committee and Vĩnh Phúc People Committee, also other units to further consider and discussion. And we would like to have for each action, for the priority action, we have a clear short-term and long-term RAM to meet the required, and maybe a further support is very useful for Vinh Yen. Thank you. I present this part on behalf of Vinh Yen delegates because they cannot make it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thuy. Before we move on to the Ho Chi Minh presentation, are there any questions on what's just been presented now for Vinh Yen?
May I propose that I will present Ho Chi Minh City, and then we can have question for both city.
Sure. If there's no pressing questions, then I propose we move on to Ho Chi Minh, and then we can pick up some points afterwards. I guess just a quick point of clarification from my side. You mentioned that some stakeholders had expressed that they didn't feel, was it about the public transport, that they didn't need?
Yes, so
strengthening?
The situation is that at the stakeholder meetings, and for example, I'm not from Vinh Yen, but the traveler participant, we think that public and cycling is very important to prepare for the development of the city in future. But the local people, some people don't think so. That do not think so. They think that motorcycle is very good, and they will not have the problem of traffic jam because they do not think that the population of the city will increase very fast. Then the infrastructure is good enough, etc. Something like that. So.
Okay, thank you. No, that's very useful because I think it's obviously a common challenge in many cities where people perhaps like what they have now, and change is can be challenging. So I think that's a case of how we work with them going forward. But thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Ben. So on to Ho Chi Minh.
Yes, please. So the same, I think at this state, our government try to have our pollutant meet standards. So here is our standard. And I will briefly talk about Ho Chi Minh City. Maybe you know more about Ho Chi Minh City. Ho Chi Minh City is our biggest city in Vietnam, and it's like ahead of our economies. So it have next slide, please. So we have a kind of good economic situation in Ho Chi Minh City, and we also have just map show the next slide, please. Many industrial zone in Ho Chi Minh City. We have 18 industrial zone and 23 industrial cluster. It may be updated now. And next slide. And we also have a much larger number of solid waste. and majority still treated by landfill, but some is treated by incineration. And in the future, we're going to have more incineration of solid waste. And about transport, we just saw the many data here, but in short, Ho Chi Minh City had an over the transport system is not enough for the number of vehicles. So we often had the traffic jam congestion. The bus system also meets about 10% of the demands, but still we need more. And we still wait for our first metro in Ho Chi Minh City, first live metro, and maybe next for some year later. So that's the situation. If we see the ratio of increase of private vehicle, motorcycle and car, we have a lot of increase in terms of number of private vehicle, but the development rate of the roads is less. So we have the traffic congestion in Ho Chi Minh City, not like Vinh Yen. And also they have in Ho Chi Minh City, we also have a waterway, very excited waterways. So we also have the emission from water transportation. And we have an airplane, how to say, airport inside the city. So it's also make the city very crowded in terms of transportation. Next slide, please. Just one is just the most updates figure of current status of air pollution in Ho Chi Minh City. I just pick up the most impressed one. For PM2.5, we have the Ho Chi Minh City, they measure PM2.5 in different kind of size. But for transportation, they have the most number of exceeded level of PM2.5. For other type size, they have less. And currently have about 9.4% of daily PM2.5 exceed the standard, national standards. So similar with Vinh Yen, PM2.5 is also our concentrate, should be our concentrate pollutant. Next slide, please. And also very similar with Vinh Yen, we have a figure of road transport and industry are the key pollutant of, in the city. So actually before this inventory, we have 2 or more or even 3 more inventory, and the number of each sector may be different, but still transportation and industry as a key pollutant sector in Ho Chi Minh City. And also heavy truck and motorcycle are most pollutant one. Of course, it depends on kind of pollutant, then the percentage may different, but for PM2.5, the number still very large. Here is the map developed by Ricardo for Ho Chi Minh City. Next slide, please. So, for example, besides the general policy of the government, Ho Chi Minh City also very active, and they have a lot of policy by the Ho Chi Minh government, but the local government to solve the problem. For example, they have decision number 3998 to help to issue a lot of action to improve public transportation, to solve the congestion, to traffic jam problem of the city. So in that, there are a lot of measures that proposed to solve the transportation situation of the city. Next slide, please. And we also would like to present the current result, that the result of the meeting with the our stakeholder. many stakeholders, Chi Minh have a big interest in air quality, so we often receive a lot of participants from different sectors, can say that, to the meeting. Next slide, please. So you can see that in transportation, based on the proposal of Ricardo and have some adjustment from the local consultant, we have proposed a wide list, a long list of action and sub-action for Ho Chi Minh City in terms of transportation. For example, in the first one, transport system and public transport, we propose 10 sub-action. That includes several sub-action like increase the bus system, have the connection of bus system, and we would like to have some. Also, we consider about the restriction zone like in London. That's one thing that we consider. And for enforcement, we think that the city can have the motorcycle emission testing, because in Vietnam now the running motorcycle doesn't have to not yet has standard for in new car for running car, not in new car, for running car. So not for the I'm sorry, for in new motorcycle. For car you have to periodically test, but for motorcycle, when you buy it, then you can use it until whenever you do not feel suitable. So that's why we think that actually there are some tests so that the motorcycle emits quite a lot. So I think I'm not very remember, but maybe less than 50% is a popular number of vehicle missed Euro 1. But for the first time, after maintenance, they can improve a lot. So there are some facts about our emissions. So we would like to propose a test for the running motorcycle. And also promote walking and green freight program. So in the meeting of the stakeholders, that also have the participants from transportation sector. He have discussed deeply about these several actions, but he also said that the easy to apply action maybe just can guess quite, of course, can improve air pollution, but limited, and only the high investigated ones can have the long-term effect, but that also needs financial, and so the situation very complicated. So it's very difficult and need a lot of consideration to find quick one is a priority. So that's a message from our discussion group. Next slide, please. And also, maybe I just briefly about the other solution. We already have the emission standards, but the project considers that the city can have some, they can develop their own emission standard, but the priority choose the highest grade choose by the stakeholder is to improve the capacity of emission compliance inspection. So the stakeholder thinks that it's very important to enhance the inspection. And also, one more time, the planning and landscaping is also have very high grades, high marks from stakeholder. Next slide, please. And for solid waste management, also very important point in Vietnam that we think that waste separation at the source is very important. We have some agricultural burning and so good agricultural practice also have some a high-ranking grade climax, and also automatic to build the ambient air quality. Sorry, it means the automatic because we already have a system, but we still wait for the result of the automatic measurement system to be implemented. So that's the some information that we obtain up to now, and so that's all I present about Ho Chi Minh City. For the following step, may I introduce Ms. Thanh from our HEPA, from Ho Chi Minh HEPA, to speak some further for some future step for the city.
Thank you, Ms. Thủy, for presenting the results from the project in Ho Chi Minh City. As you have heard from her, that Ho Chi Minh City is the largest city, and we are facing quite a lot of environmental problems due to rapid urbanization, economic growth, and especially the increasing population. You know that the population density in Ho Chi Minh City is like 15 times the average population density in Vietnam. So air pollution is one of the problem that have seriously impact the public health. So the city long time ago has very aware of the problems, and we that's why since 2010 we have the city set target on reducing the air emission and improve the air quality of the city. And according to our city long times ago, we identified the transportation is one of the biggest source of polluters in Ho Chi Minh City. So that's why we have taken, as Ms. Thủy have present, many measures to improve to reduce the emission from transportation, like we replace DO buses with the CNG buses, and we improve public transport, and we inspect the vehicles conditions, especially for the motorbike, which is not regulated by the law. According to the law, they don't have to do that, but we make effort to do that in Ho Chi Minh City. And also the awareness raising with the measures that we have reduced, have positive reduce of the pollutant from transportation. But it's great that Vietnamese government is working hard on building policies for air pollution mitigation in Vietnam. And this year is the turning point that as the revised law of environmental protection come into effect, and with new mechanism and regulation framework to engage different sectors, different level of government in combating environmental problems, especially the air pollution. The law highlights responsibilities of ministries, localities to integrate environmental protection measures in planning strategies and development plans. According to the law, local governments like Ho Chi Minh City, we have to build and we have to approve the plans for air quality action plan, and we are working on that. It's clear that we do have commitment for air pollution control, but as we all know, air pollution is so challenging. and we ourselves cannot like make it effective. So we do need and very appreciate support from international organizations like this project. And this project funded by ADB help us to diagnose the situation. And we will study the project response, and we use it as an important input why we are building our action plan. We call it the Air Quality Management Action Plan for Ho Chi Minh City to 2030, and we are working on it. And we have to do it by the law. And what we need, according to our understanding of the situation, and we need to improve the emission inventory. That's what I think the most important thing for us. And we are working on the database building, and we think that we will complete, like we have it at by 2025. I think we will have the full set of data for the air polluters, the important things. And the secondly, we need to build the monitoring system. And as we discussed in the group, we think that we need the transform to something like we use, we trimming off using the AI technologies for forecasting, monitoring, and warning system to take preventive measures for the cities for proactive air quality management in the future. That's what we dream of. And we also need support in capacity building for sectors, different sectors engaged in air pollution control, and for local government at the city and the district level. We actually, what we are working on, including many things like reallocate the industries. In Ho Chi Minh City, we don't have like heavy air polluters, but we do have industry, some still inside the residential area, and it's very hard to relocate those companies out of the because they have been there so many times, and we are working our best to move it out of the residential areas. And we still keep controlling the measures for vehicles, including cars, motorbikes, and also the ships and the boats. And we also will have measures to strictly monitoring high capacities polluters, especially in the future when our plan is to move to waste incineration in the near future. According to our plan, by 2025, 80% of the solid waste of the city will be incinerated. And that will be, like, I think that will be an important source that we have to take into account. And also industries, boilers, some things like that. And according to the results of the project, I think we will also have to take into account the inspection of construction sites, which is one of the big polluters in case of TSP. Yeah. That's and we actually we are working on it, and we need to improve it in the future. The awareness of the local people. We will maintaining the. We will encourage them to maintain good condition of vehicles according to as a recent studies, the condition of the vehicles contribute greatly to the emission. So that's one of what we will do. And we also take measures for local local government to stop illegal waste burning in some areas of the city. We also encourage people to use public transport or to choose greener types of transport, greener vehicles. Electrical vehicles is like encouraged in our city, and we also just launched public bikes in the center of the city, and it's very like have good reasons, and we will like spread it out of the city center to other parts of the city. That's what we are doing, and we understand that to implement these measures and the action plans, we will submit it to the PC for approval the next year. I think we have to do that, and we still need support from other sources, other international organizations, and agencies, and many other sectors so that we can meet our target on air pollution controls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both, for the really interesting and insightful presentations, I think, in terms of some of the challenges being faced, but also some of the solutions. So we just have a few minutes maybe for any questions that anyone would like to pose. We've got a few on the chat I'll pick up shortly, but anyone in the room that would like to pick up anything? Bogan, there's a...
Hello. Thank you very much for Vietnam delegates. I have a question for the last presenter, Ms. Tan. You mentioned that 80% of total waste, the solid, will be incinerated. I would like to know more details, like, is there any technology recommended and what are the plans? And then usually for the solid waste, do you have like studies done on categories, what are the dominant sources of solid waste? So what's the current status? Is it like to reach 80%? What's the current rate? Thank you.
I'm not sure that I understand your question right, but the plan for our cities to in solid waste management is that at this moment we are separate waste into only two types, recyclables and non-recyclables, and the rest at this moment most of them are going to the landfill, and some is recycled. 31% of the waste generated is recycled and incinerated at this moment. But in the near future, we have 3 projects that have been approved by the city for energy recover incineration. So it will be very soon in the future that most of the solid waste in this city will be incinerated. Yes.
Thank you. So we have a few questions also that have come through the Zoom, but I think Xing Ren would like to unmute and ask directly if we can make that happen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
All right. Yeah. I suggest that just ask orally, probably easier. Thanks for the presentation, particularly from the Vietnam. Quite interesting. But could you tell us when you say transport is the #1 and also industry, can you tell us roughly the percentage of their contribution to air pollution. You can use one example, say the particular matters or NOx. And then the second question is about what are the main industry you refer to? Does it include power generation? The reason I'm asking this question is because it seems counterintuitive about typical developing country cities where, transport in terms of air pollution, usually not the biggest, probably equally big is power generation. Even if Ho Chi Minh City is in tropical region, but you need a lot of electricity for air conditioning and for industry, etc. So usually power generation is, if not the number one, probably quite high. So that's why I want to ask. And then the third is a rather comment. The reason I'm singling out power generation is because it is a lot easier to reduce air pollution in this sector where the players are few, just power plants, easier to control with the same amount of money investment, and then you can achieve a lot more air pollution reduction compared to transport where the player are too many and then it's mobile, it's quite costly for developing country if you want to achieve result quickly. So that to gain more public support, it's better to start with where the sector that has the best cost benefit ratio. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions there. So Dr. Tui, do you want to have a go at trying to answer some?
Yes, but actually can I answer one by one question? Can you tell me?
So I think the initial question was around the main contributors of air pollution. It was mentioned around industry and transport. And one of the questions was whether the industry component includes energy generation, so power plants.
Yes. So for the first question, because we conduct top-down inventory in this project, we do not conduct the bottom-up, but by top-down data, we can estimate the emission from industry and from transportation. And for PM 2.5, we found a quite similar number of PM 2.5 emission from both two sections. And I think we can kind of consider it's more than 80% of the initial source from Ho Chi Minh City. The other source maybe contribute less. For industry, we do not include the power generation because we actually in Ho Chi Minh City have name of our power plant. But I think I will already consult with the EVN and also local government. That power plant in Ho Chi Minh City not operates in normal business. So I think only in previously in emergency case like we lack of electric, then maybe operate for some day. But currently I do not heard any situation like that. So I think power plant do not emit pollutant in power plant inside Ho Chi Minh City. I don't mean outside, but inside no power plant. Basically no power plant.
Okay, thank you. And then the second part of the question was around with industry, it's sometimes easier to target industry or power plants as well, where you have a smaller number of sites to improve air pollution, and whether that, what makes sense in terms of a cost benefit perspective. I guess, of course, the added complication with air pollution here is that we're talking about the contribution to local air quality and exposure. And obviously transport is a much greater contributor in terms of direct exposure where the people are. But obviously industry is making important contributions as well, which has come out from the work that we've been doing so far. So I guess just a question as to where the priorities best sit in terms of the lower hanging fruit, where to target first.
I think inside the project, we kind of consider transportation is a lower hanging fruit, but we not yet discussed with Ho Chi Minh City to finalize the action. So of course we have some reason and some idea. The idea, I think, transportation is a low-hanging fruit to control, and we have room for that. But we not yet have a final conclusion on that action. We need to consult Ms. Thanh and Mr. Anh as a Ho Chi Minh delegate here.
Of course, and
further.
And I guess with a cleaner action plan like this, we're not talking about either or. So I think there's a number of actions that are being considered that could look at both sources. So it's not simply a case of one or the other.
We actually think that we need a kind of several action, and we have to carry the at this, like for example, 5 year stage, several action can be done to aim at one final action.
Yep.
So I think the list may be long, not short.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Tui.
very much.
I think in the interest of time, I think we need to then push on, but obviously if there are any further questions after this session, then please approach one of us, Dr. Tui, or the other delegates from Ho Chi Minh. So thank you very much. We will now move on to talk about the roadmaps towards developing a cleaner action plan for the Pakistan cities. And so I'd like to invite Dr. Irshad, our city coordinator, to come and talk us through the work today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here in the galaxy of the experts today, and we will learn more with the mutual discussions and the experiences and the difficulties we are facing during this project. I will present two cities of Pakistan. One is Peshawar and the other is Sialkot. During this project, we faced many problems. I will highlight here a few of it. The challenges, the first challenge was the COVID-19. They delayed our project. And then the data availability. We have done many projects, but they are all in the piecemeal. We don't have the data continuous and on the national level. And also, due to the changes of the local persons and the higher officials. We are doing some project now also. I visited one office 5 times in the period of 3 years, and 3 focal persons were changed. So every time I go there, I face a new focal person. So this is also some problem in the transfers of the government officials. That is why we couldn't get the complete data and information to develop a clean air action plan. So on that information which is available, the roadmap was developed. So the roadmap aims to provide guidance to the cities on what steps to be taken for developing of the clean air action plan for the 2 cities. Because the 2 cities are in 2 provinces, so they are having different situation. So the plan should be a little different. So we have identified based on information gathered under the technical assistance and its activities, and it included the context on cities' current air quality, management framework, emission sources, and stakeholders gathered through activities. Just to show you the next slide, that in the center you can see the small map of Pakistan. This side, this is Peshawar, and the other side, that is Sialkot. Peshawar is in the northern zone, one of the northern city in the province KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And Sialkot is in the middle, and that is in the city of, one city of the Punjab. Punjab is the biggest population, the biggest area of Pakistan. You can say half of Pakistan and half of population is from Punjab. So this is just showing you
the location of the areas. In Peshawar, we have installed 2 instruments, and in Sialkot, we have installed 3 instruments. The 2 equipment which are installed in Peshawar, one is in the community, the other is on the road transport, on the main road, GT road, Great Trunk Road. In Sialkot, we have one in the community, one in the industrial area, and the third one in the commercial area. So I will show you some of the data which is available with us. Just I have taken a snapshot of one day. This is the 17th of this month, and you can see that PM 2.5 is unhealthy. PM 10 is poor in Peshawar, while both in Sialkot, these are poor, quality is poor. So it is showing that in Peshawar, it is varying from poor to unhealthy. And in Sialkot, it is varying in the case of poor, while the other parameters, they are in the excellent state. This is the Peshawar air quality. Next slide. So here I will just refer something that the data we are presenting over is not a reference data, is not a continuous data. Because all the data which is available, it is either through piecemeal projects or through researches from the academic institutions, and they have done it only for their PhD or for MPhil. So these data are available, but we don't have the continuous daily average or continuous monthly average or yearly average for the country. So this is for Peshawar, this is the 2011. One student, he has conducted this, and the monitoring is for 20 days. And you can see that PM 2.5 is varying from 150 to 180, while the PM 10, it is varying from 450 to 550 microgram per cubic meter. So both of these are higher than the standards. The standards also, what I have seen in the morning presentations, they are lucky they are having only one standard. But in our country now, we are having various standards. Previously, we had one national environmental quality standard. But 10 years back, there was a constitutional amendment and the powers were delegated to the provinces. Now each province having their own provincial environmental quality standards. There is not much variation into that, but there are some. And now I'm working with one of the consultancy in Pakistan also, and they are working on the sector specific standards for various industries and various sectors. So because if you consider we are having 6-7 fertilizer industries, we are having brick kilns, we have steel industries, various type of industries we are having in the country, same in these 2 cities also. So you cannot force them to follow one national quality standard because there are variation. If you are working in a fertilizer factory, there will be more ammonia, more urea. But if you are going into the brick kilns or into the steel industry, you will have other parameters into that. So now we are working on that, and that will also be within this year will come in force. So the data here, this is actually the monitoring data of this project. This is almost 2 years data. But I will not say this is also a representative data, these figures. Maybe the whole data is a representative for 2 years. It is representative for 4 seasons because we are having 4 seasons in our country. So different variation into the wind direction and into the wind speed. So this, I have just presented over here the single one-day data because the data which we have received, that is on the basis of the daily average. We should have the weekly average, monthly average, and yearly average, so that on the basis of that, we can develop the strategy and the plan. So this shows that the particular matters are high, but here one is in the Peshawar Kent, which is the community area, and the other is on the main road. This is the Frontier Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So this is on the main GT road. That is why that is showing some high particulates. Similarly, for Sialkot, in 2017, there was a study, and it is presenting that 2.5 particulate matter is varying from 360 to 677, while particulate matter 10, that is 440 to 843 micrograms per cubic meter, higher than the standard value, even higher than the WHO level. And the Sialkot data, which is provided to us from April 2021 up to July 2022, that is almost 15 months data. This is also the daily basis which I have mentioned. And I'm also wondering that this is why it is so high. Because if you take the average, that can be a representative. But this is the only hourly average, and it is showing this high value. Maybe it is only for 1 hour in the 1 year, but showing that this high level is available. But if we take the average of the week, average of the month, then we can represent it that, okay, our particulate matters are in this level. So I will request the project authorities to make it like this so that it can be a representative one. Next, please. So the roadmap, we are having 3 steps for our roadmaps. I am presenting both together, not separately like my previous colleagues they have done. I am presenting same, Sialkot and Peshawar, same at one time. So step 1 is the establishment of the planning process. This will take almost 1 to 2 months. And the first step is prioritize the stakeholders based on mapping done under the TA. So we have to prioritize who are the stakeholders involved into this. Maybe the creators of pollution, the management of the pollution, and also the technical and academic people, so that we can highlight these things and then we can coordinate with them to get a reasonable baseline. So the second step is the create mechanism for coordination at the primary stakeholders who are the technical working group are similar through formal or informal means. Here, I will also suggest that we should involve the stakeholders who are actually the creators of the pollution. Because the technical working group, they don't have the representation of the brick kilns. They don't have the representation of the open burning solid waste management, because this is also an issue. And in Punjab, we are facing also a big issue, that is the crop agriculture burning. So that the fog is in these days, we are having the fog in Pakistan, and that is also a main cause of the air pollution. Then we convene a General Assembly for the Clean Air Action Plan Technical Working Group to plan the Clean Air Action Development. Previously also, Ju and Ben, they were there, and we had the 2 technical working group. The first thing is that we have to involve these people regularly. Because if they are not regularly involved and we call them only for the meeting for 1 day, so they are not 100% aware of what is going on. So that is why their interest is not more. So if we involve them in all steps by informing them, but some problem is also there in our country is that we don't believe normally on emails. And in our government sector, normally we believe on hard paper. with the signature of the secretary so that we can do it as a conforming as an order. So this is also a problem we are facing there. Then the fourth point is conduct training, communication and engagement needs assessment of the Clean Air Action Plan technical working group. So the need assessment is actually the main issue. That what is actually the need is. And then after that, when we develop the strategy and we develop the plan, that should be implementable. And this will be only implementable if our technical working group is being involved 100% and they have the representation of all the stakeholders, both the polluters, the managers, and the technical advisors. The next point is the identify available resources for the CAP development and determine whether these are sufficient. Some projects are already going on in the country. So what I suggest is that there should be a coordination between the new project or the forthcoming projects and the projects which are already in the pipeline. So there is no duplication of work, but the continuity of the work is there. This is very important. The step 2 is to establish a baseline. As I have told you earlier, that we have some data, but that can be called only the piecemeal data. That is not a representative data. That is not a continuous data. So that is a big requirement. Now we are doing one project on the plastic waste management for Punjab, and the alternatives was plastic waste also. Just to give you an information that we do have some legislation. We have a legislation and guideline in 2002 that production, manufacturing, sale, consumption of less than 15 micron plastic bag is not allowed. And black plastic bag is not allowed, but still they are in operation. They are still working in this because the implementation is also a big issue. That should be also, we should coordinate with the technical people, with the implementer and with the stakeholders who are doing it so that they